Hello there. Hi everyone. Am I on? Yes, it looks like I'm on. There we go. It is Friday night, so anything is possible with the network. But it's good to be back. My glasses are fixed, so hopefully it is the end of my migraines for this week and for the rest of the next couple of weeks, months to come. And I'm so happy to be with you guys again. Thank you so much for stopping by if you are here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to I think we're close to the end. I said that last time, but you never know. This type of games take twists and turns. And I don't even know if we're still on the trail of Jack the Ripper or some other murderer. So we'll have to see. All right, let's get right into it.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Yeah. We need something like a wire or a ribbon. I'm gonna try some. Okay. Well, let's see if I can.
I have no reason to go that way.
A ribbon or anything first, but
That may come in handy.
there
Who
you
knows?
go. I should have gone into first person last time. Right. Okay. Put along. Oh. Why does it look like a? It just looks like a bucket that someone put the spout on. Okay.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Okay.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20
Hey,
a.m.
Leonie, thanks
and
for the
confirmed to
look.
have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's
I was
piece of
simply going to
apron
ask
Oh,
for a
thanks for the
message in
teeny
hydrate.
shreds.
tiny glass of water.
This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You'll go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
Right.
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
P.C. Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Liz Stride was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edow's not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's fog
Let's
up
go
the
back to
room to
Baker
think
Street.
more clearly.
Home, sweet home. I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I not only credited the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night. We shall place our mannequins here, Watson.
Wig. Wig. Okay. And nothing in there.
A wig! This will come in handy.
That's the third wig already. That's just a bust. Oh my goodness! The therapist is here to check your sanity. There's no more sanity left. Welcome in, Collier Kun. Welcome, welcome. Aww, thank you for following. Got out and I've got it. Oh. I'm doing. Thank you for the follow, Neko Demon. I am doing well. It is Friday evening. I am off for the weekend. How are you doing? How was your stream?
As well. Did any of you guys clip it, by the way? Just asking because I want to see the clip again. Fuck's sake.
Pleasure.
I don't think I'll be able to sleep. I genuinely don't think I'm able to sleep. No clip yet. Oh, we didn't. Okay. Can I not? Oh, I really can't. Never mind.
Let's go into first person.
Yeah, I really can't make a goddamn stairs. Never mind. It was a totally worth of work. But oh shit.
There's the deer stalker. Oh, thank you. You too, Collier.
This horse launching smoke.
Switching sides.
I don't know how, but yeah! My god, man. Luna, help me! Help me, quick pay, Luna, quick pay! Luna!
Oh, we need another mannequin.
I have no reason to go that way.
Where will we find the other bust if the mannequin if I cannot go out? Supposed to make one?
Have you assembled all of our material, Watson?
Hey, stop! Oh, thank you, Collier. Yeah, you go take a rest now. Metallic is too fast for me.
Don't look
Thanks for
back.
the look.
I looked back and nothing happened. Fuck!
Hello, Lincoln. Are you coming to lie on my arm again? Okay, sorry stream, it's gonna just take a few seconds. My cat needs to get comfortable. I cannot see the screen. She does not understand that my skin and bones and flesh will not get softer by her kneading. It's not going to move in a different direction, Linkle. Mm. I heard they do that because they have scent glands. She is marking here. Well, technically she's marking the blanket, but thanks to... Yeah? Yay! Mannequin! Come here. I have need for thee. Let's see. Got 3 wigs, 3 suits, 3 hats. I think I've got everything.
Let's try to recreate the profile of the men seen by our 3 witnesses.
Dialogue. Can
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Okay, let's go to the Sherlock. Constable Lucy. Lucy didn't see the boy. Footprint. Maybe. Made of a Chapman. Thoughts. Funny. Nation. Wasp nest. Let's see here. Alright, here we go. Wait. I'll tell you this for nothing. That lives in the house where the body was found. Out back in the garden. He has a shop at the bottom to the right. It's there. The door was broken down not too far back because it's a real zoo, this. Right the morning it happened, I head that way and sees if my mom has finally had the place broken in. Quarter to 5 when I got there. I swear that on my dear mom's life. I had to look around to see if Hey Trix! Welcome in. I'm glad to see you made it, and I'm so happy that you got your account unbanned. It's so silly of Twitch. Sorry, I'm doing well. It's Friday evening. I'm playing a good game. I'm seeing all the cuties in the chat. Do you stream, Jax? Right, but internet issues. Ah, okay. I understand. We had the problem for the past month because of the undersea cable that broke. But it seems to have, touch wood, all the wood, to have been getting better. Sit down by the side. My shoes were causing me no end of pain. My cut the leather. Bitch. Yep. page. Oh. Danny the Great Whirly. Yay, we've got power. But I'm trying to find the witnesses that saw the men talk to the victims. So basically now, I have descriptions. Oh my goodness, Yackles! Aw, thank you, Jackals. Thank you so much for the raid. You guys are awesome.
The other team's coming up here as well.
Okay, let's wait for the third party. Don't fire, don't fire, don't fire.
No, they're fine. They're literally below us.
We're all inside the ring. Fantastic. Care package dropping from lower.
Got company, and they're not here to sell me chickens.
How was your stream, Jackals? Look at the skills and the kills, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Jackals and Hilliard, anyone who came in with those raids, anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Lovebap. I am an elven princess who loves gaming. I am busy with Sherlock Holmes September. I'm working my way through 4 of the Sherlock Holmes games that I haven't played yet. And yeah, I generally do chill streams, so it's either point and click or puzzle games like The Room. I do a couple streamings with Metallic Z-Man over weekends. That can be anything really. Sometimes adventure games like Hogwarts Legacy I played a while back. I played some of the old Harry Potter games when I started. And generally, yeah, I like a chill stream. I like a chat. So you're welcome to just chill here. You're welcome to engage and chat. Anything goes, as long as you respect the wild forest, then the forest will respect you. So welcome in, everyone. It's great to have you here. And thank you so much again, Jackals, for the raid. If you need to go and have a rest, have something to eat, just relax. I know it's Friday night. You are more than welcome to do that. So yes, Trix, so 3 people gave us descriptions of who the victims were seen with last, the men they were seen with last. Because all the victims, I mean, it is Jack the Ripper, so all the victims were ladies of the night. Oh no! Oh, I hope everything's alright. Flip. And yeah, so now I'm just searching through all the dialogues of the different people. To see where the descriptions are. AQ!
I'm like right behind you, but he's
Turn
so
left.
slow right
Turn
now.
left.
Oh my god.
Turn left.
So
Turn
slow.
left. Turn left. Turn left.
That's a pot. Get out of here. Get out of here.
It's good.
Wrong way. Looks your mini map.
Yeah, I thought I was following you. Oh, that's confusing.
Well, you kind of were until you went the wrong
Oh,
way.
yeah, that was okay. That was weird.
Okay, that's about the doctor. Illness. Brigades. Old smarts. The interpreter, I found the bloke. He repeated every. Do you read the papers on what? Even the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. I did the Swartco Burner Street towards Beckler, where the workers' club is a further. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into that field's yard, but the translator told me that Swart saw him pulling her towards the road. He doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. He falls, bawls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Swart is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues. The same time, another bloke, corner and Fairclough burner, who was lighting his pipe, gets in the action. He starts coming towards Swart in a menacing way, and Swart takes to his heels and doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that the woman got herself killed, he went to testify and identified Longless Stride as the woman that he saw getting thrown about. So, definitely two blokes. Why am I telling you all this? Okay, but he doesn't say anything about the person looked like. Doesn't. Only saw him from behind. There is one. Short, black outfit, small felt hat, like a cap in a dark color. Light color. Seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a pack in his hand, wrapped in a newspaper, 18 inches long, 6 inches wide. Outfit reminds me of someone I know. Was he a large older gentleman? It was that field, so that was. That is. I can't use words. Okay. That's how they want to use it. This person's. Oh, even whales are losing. They don't use their mind. Very hard. Feels good, man. Nice. How do I not use? They're barely 26 years old. I would. Small felt hat, like a cap, in a dark color. Black outfit. Small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion. Dark cap.
Perfect, Watson.
Okay, thank you. This. Coined in a couple of photos of the butcher, even he was the one who commented on them when remember anything. Said that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 or no more. 5 feet 3 inches. And must have been 30 years old. 5 foot 7 inches, light complexion, fair moustache, loose dark jacket, grey cap, and a red scarf. Fair, light grey cap. 20 years old. Oh, there we go.
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony. There we are. Magnificent. Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5 foot 7 inches tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5 foot 3 inches. Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them.
Okay. This one. Oh. Oh, thank. Okay. Oh. He was. Finally, I won. Oh, nice! Congrats, Drake. Oh, that's a good feeling when you finally win. Hmm. Hold on. Hmm. The statement of Smith as well as the Hungarian. cover. Doctor. Two witnesses quoted by the press. Goodbye. And death in charge person. From Lipsgate Street. The belonging. Then it must be in the dialogue. Japan and lady were arguing. Inkle. Sorry, I've got a cat problem again. Ow! Inkle. Ow! Nail. Nail. She was pushing her nails into my hand. I know she didn't mean to, but she didn't stop. Listen. And okay. I like this link. That's a white chip as well as much. Not the best. Must be responsible. Hmm? One of these. This one. Hmm. Very good. Hmm. Hmm. Patient. You can. Linkle. I'm hearing them quote me, but they fix me. Laughed when they look over and talk about being on the right track. The joke about leather apron gave me real fits. I am down on horse and I shan't quit ripping them until I get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and I want to start again. You'll soon hear of me with my funny little games. Gave some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with. It went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough. I hope the next right ring. If I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off. Then to police officer Dolly. More works I give it. My knife nice and sharp and I'll get it right away if I get a chance. Giving up 8 nights. Neil Jack. That's swinging so two flames coming out of the great example of urban legend of this character fascinates us much by the demonic and fantastical aura as by the fact that he had never been caught by the police. Important at the time of attacks against the young woman, Lucy Scales and Jane Ashlock, papers covering the events, had record sales for weeks. That's why Spring Hill Jack is the recurring hero of cheap fantasy publications and theatre pieces. Popular and financial success guaranteed. Permit me to defend myself against the slanderous accusations brought against me. You were not lied to regarding the facts. Mr. Bulling spends all of his time in the most odious of pubs, but I am only doing my work as a journalist. It is during these outings that I can find the best information because I am thus in contact with the common man. Let me prove to you, dear boss, that I can bring this agency what it deserves, the most extraordinary and most stimulating information for it. I have noticed that one of you maybe. Morning of the week, murder the need to get Snowfield. This was certain of the time she declares. Old man and a woman noted that the witness identified the body of Annie Chapman morgue as being the aforementioned one. The identification was solicited by our services. The man seen with the victim is described at least 40 years old, like a little taller than the woman whom he was discussing, approximately 5 feet 3 inches. Brown deerstalker hat, dark coat. Doubt on this one. General appearance of the working class. Dark hair. Only saw from. Alright.
Bravo, Watson. There are our 3 witnesses.
Yep, I didn't. Um. 5 inches.
As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or 2 after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other 2. There we are. Magnificent.
Okay.
Bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other 2 witnesses, in the darkness of night with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson. Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colors. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same color as the other 2. The 3 testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all 3 mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson. Okay, Watson, let's give all of our mannequins the same hair.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the 3 witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility. For Smith's mannequin, let's allow a margin of 7 to 10 years. He only saw the man from afar in the obscurity. Smith's mannequin, a margin of 7 to 10 years. We would be wise to treat this witness account with a degree of skepticism. For Long's mannequin, the margin of error is from 7 to 10 years. Don't forget that, according to Abraham, the man was seen face-on from a few feet away by the first Joseph, who shouldn't be out by more than a few years. For Abraham's mannequin, we should allow a margin of 3 to 5 years.
Determine the age range thanks to the tolerance of years indicated. Oh. Must the average be 26? Let's see. Until then
Smith's mannequin, a
Fifty. 35. No idea what they want here. What is this puzzle? Because I have no idea what this puzzle is. List age. Click on the mannequin to arrange the age range based on tolerance of years. Oh, 31 must be. 7 to 33. That is right, that's what I've got. 41, 30 to 50, 31, 9, 3. Okay, they wanted.
Excellent. Now on to the next step.
They just wanted it from least to most.
There we are. Magnificent.
Oh, thank you. The man make me special coffee. And I just said coffee like an Afrikaans person. I did.
Perfect, Watson.
The
Yes,
second
I
time I
have,
did say it
Holmes.
right. The first
Now
time
that
I
we
said
have
it
fully
wrong.
considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
Okay. 35, 30. Those. Okay, so 30.
Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
In the sewer on a trash bin.
No, Watson. No, Watson. No, Watson. No, that's not it. No, Watson. No, Watson. No, Watson. No, that's not it.
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
I am in need of something. I am in need of something. I am in need of something.
You're in need of many things, Watson.
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared and the piece of apron was dropped.
Wilson Street, Hanbury Street, Nietzsche, Elizabeth, Holly Nichols, Catherine, hello.
Perfect, Watson. Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest. You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched or that he could be recognized.
So the killer lives at the center of this cross.
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other. Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
I heard what you said. Mhm. There's an ellipse in which we can go from Blatfield's yard to Mitre Square. I really don't know what they want me to do. Anyone good with cartography and advanced geometry? This looks like a right angle, but these are not equilateral. So we can't use Pythagoras theorem. This is not your coffee, Linko.
Oh shit, why? Oh.
Thank you. Come on. Gosh. I've got something now. Come on.
What?
Hmm. It felt like I was onto something there. Okay. Sorry, I am confused. Using the compass, draw an ellipsis that covers Mitre Square and Datfield's yard. Click the wood compass at the center of the green line, connecting, bend it out. These two places ends. This makes a yellow ellipse. Okay. It just wants me to...
There we are, Watson. Our killer lives in this area.
It's still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone. Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now, let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined. There we are, Watson, the Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward!
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed one or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home, in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety, Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson. When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him. Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once. Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
That traitor! He owes me if I find him!
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Yes. And I think I'll do better than you. Thank you very much.
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated. An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information. This compartment was repaired recently. This compartment was repaired.
Can you tell me anything about the other stuff? 90% notice weather, culture, news in brief, and oddities. Front page, inventions and science. Oh, maybe that. God, politics, world, police, and law. What I'm looking for. How am I supposed to find out? Like, really? So, as the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into boxes below. Police, law, and culture, respectively. Would you be able to furnish a device in order to keep only one filing cabinet? While awaiting your response, sir, please accept our best wishes. The Assistant Director. Stevenson, repair for the news in brief compartment, £1. Attention, the blue envelopes from the dispatch compartments contain confidential facts that must not be discussed in the news. As a reminder, they contain political personalities, this essentially the royal family, and economic issues. These dispatches will be retained only to be diffused when Buckingham Palace or the ministers give us authority. Alright, so maybe... Dear Fernand, I'm confirming my presence on Friday evening at the club. It will be with pleasure because I must get my mind off things or risk falling into a black depression. Just imagine, the new laddie still has favors of Janet, but she'll end up forgetting him and giving in to me because I am not lacking in ideas to get rid of her suitors. Yesterday, I randomly placed a few inventions in science with politics dispatches. After all, they are always harebrained items. Given that the compartments are one on top of the other, it could have easily passed as one of the new lad's errors, and, as anticipated, he was called in by the boss. As soon as I have the chance, I will show him how, like in the news, everything is in balance. He looks like a half-wit. He could easily confuse the politics with the society section on his right, and this latter with economy, which is its neighbor. What a lovely mess. I don't know how intelligent a girl like Janet can like a swot like him, but it doesn't have much longer to smile. My dear George, your little brother has had some misfortune. My first week of work was very grueling. First, I was given a spot far from the stove, and I am very cold in the morning. Next, I have to sort through dispatches, the most tedious and boring work imaginable. Once the work is done, I must take each envelope to the journalist in question, who won't even deign to look at me. Finally, at the end of my third day, the boss called me into his office to give me a sermon. It seems that I have mixed up the dispatches. I was so worn out that it could only protest half-heartedly. He gave me a second chance. So now I'm in a sticky situation. The only hopeful note comes from my colleague, Miss Filthin, charming young woman who is the only one who gives me a smile. She helps me as much as she can and tries to prompt me regarding which compartment I should put my dispatches. Because everyone here knows the order of the sections, but no one has bothered to tell me. The lady has so much compassion and slides me notes such as, Poli- Politics and societies on the side, sports is underneath, economy. Personalities at the end of the row. Front page news is in the first compartment, etc. And these confidences are almost words of love from her mouth. I don't think that she likes placing envelopes on the desk at all because she ends up with some things that are very disturbing. I have volunteered for the task, much to everyone's displeasure. Nothing new concerning my landlady, but I managed to pay her for the week, and she consented to keep me. Don't say anything about my troubles to Mumsy. I don't want to alarm her, but not wanting to lie to her, I have chosen not to write. With warmest regards, your brother Albert. Another one here. To improve the dispatch filing, propose major info up I except news and brief, minor info down except police law. Thus, in future, propose also to invert news and brief, which is for the moment up high, and police law, which is actually down low. Furthermore, the weather section is almost always empty. Put it with news and brief. Let's see if I can. Okay, so I know that news and brief and weather almost always empty. I think she said. Politics and society on the side. Sports is underneath in economy. Particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below, police, law, and culture, respectively. The world and the society section. Okay, so the weather is blue. Is a random place, a few invention science with politics. Top of each other. Politics invention. Everything could easily confuse the politics with society sector on its right. The politics and to its right the society. I have like it's like this. So in Politics and society forces underneath economy. Personalities is at the end of the row. Front page news and the first collapse, tension, political personality, and economic. Front page. No. No. Oh, flip. Also, world and society overflowing the boxes below. Police law, world, culture, ISIS. What? Oh.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings. I need something. These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings. I need something.
Oh my.
Water.
Water.
There, that will provide me with steam. Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
Testimony of in the Smith affair. Date of inquest, Saturday, April 7, 1888. So this it May 5 months before the Whitechapel murder. Mr. Wayne E. Baxter, the East Middlesex coroner, held an inquiry on Saturday, 7 April, at the London hospital respecting the death of Emma Elizabeth Smith, aged 45, a widow lately living at 18 George Street, Spitalfields, who, it was alleged, had been murdered. Chief Inspector West of the H Division of Police attended for the Commissioners of Police. Mrs. Mary Russell, deputy keeper of a common lodging house, stated that she had known the deceased for about 2 years. On the evening of Bank Holiday, 2 April, she left home at 7 o'clock and returned about 4 or 5 the next morning in a dreadful state. Her face and head were much injured, and one of her ears were nearly torn off. She told the witness that she had been set upon and robbed of all her money. Witness took her to the hospital, and when passing along Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out the spot where she was assaulted. She said there were 3 men, but she could not describe them. Mr. George Haslip, house surgeon, stated that when the deceased was admitted to the hospital, she had been drinking, but was not intoxicated. She was bleeding from the head and ear, and had other injuries of revolting nature. Witness found that she was suffering from rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by some blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning she was passing near Whitechapel Church when she noticed some men coming toward her. She crossed the road to avoid them, but they followed, assaulted her, took all the money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe her assailants, except that she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued on Wednesday morning, 4 April, through peritonitis set up by the injuries. Margaret Hayes, living at the same address as the deceased, deposed to seeing Mrs. Smith in company with a man at the corner of Farrand Street and Burdett Street. The man was dressed in a dark suit and wore a white silk handkerchief round his neck. He was of medium height, but the witness did not think she could identify him. Chief Inspector West, H Division, stated that he had no official information on the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He had questioned the constables on beat, but none of them appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said that from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It was impossible to imagine a more brutal and dastardly assault, and he thought that the ends of justice would be better met by the jury recording their verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned with a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown. The police are making every possible inquiry into the case, but up to yesterday, 8 April, had not any clue to the persons who committed the outrage. Testimony in the Tabram case. Last day of inquest, Thursday, August 23, 1888. So this was just like a week or 2 before the first one we did. Yesterday afternoon, 23 August, Mr. George Collier, the Deputy Coroner for South East Middlesex, resumed the inquiry at the Working Lads Institute, Whitechapel. into the circumstances attending the death of Martha Turner, or Tabram, a hawker, lately living at 4 Star Place, Star Street, Commercial Road, E, who was discovered early in the morning of Tuesday, the 7th institutional, no, lying dead on the first floor landing of some model dwellings known as George Yard buildings, Commercial Street, Spitalfields. When found, the woman presented a shocking appearance, there being 39 stab wounds on the body, some of them apparently having been afflicted with a bayonet. Alfred George Crow, cab driver 35, George Yard Buildings, deposed that he got home at 3:30 on Tuesday morning. As he was passing the first floor landing, he saw a body lying on the ground. He took no notice as he was accustomed to seeing people lying about there. He did not then know whether the person was alive or dead. When he got up at 9:30 and when he went down to the staircase, the body was not there. Witness heard no noise while he was in bed. Police Constable Thomas Beret, 226H, said that the last witness called his attention to the body of the deceased. He sent for a doctor who pronounced life extinct. Dr. T.R. Killeen of 68 Brick Lane said that he was called to the deceased and found her dead. She had 39 stabs on the body. She had been dead for 3 hours. Her age was about 36, and the body was very well nourished. Witness had since made a post-mortem examination of the body. The left lung was penetrated in 5 places, and the right lung was penetrated in 2 places. The heart was penetrated in 1 place, and that would be sufficient to cause death. The liver was penetrated in 5 places. The spleen was penetrated in 2 places, and the stomach was penetrated in 6 places. The witness did not think all the wounds were inflicted with the same instrument. The wounds generally might have been inflicted by a knife, but such an instrument could not have inflicted one of the wounds which went through the chest bone. His opinion was that one of the wounds was inflicted by some kind of dagger, and that all of them were caused by during life. Oh my goodness. Henry Samuel Tabram, 6 River Terrace, East Greenwich, husband of the deceased woman, said that he last saw her alive about 18 months ago in the Whitechapel Road. They had been separated for 13 years, owing to her drinking habits. She obtained a warrant against him. For some part of the time, witness allowed her 12 silver a week, but in the consequence of her annoyance, he stopped this allowance 10 years ago, since which time he had made it half a crown a week, as he found she was living with a man. Henry Turner, a carpenter, staying at the Working Men's Home, Commercial Street, Spitalfield, stated that he had been living with the woman Tabram as his wife for about 9 years. 2 or 3 weeks previously to this occurrence, he ceased to do so. He had left her on 2 or 3 occasions in consequence of her drinking habits, but they had come together again. He last saw her alive on Saturday, the 4th of April, 4th of August, in Leadenhall Street. He then gave her 1 silver 60 to get some stock. When she had money, she spent it in drink. While living with the witness, deceased usual time for coming home was around 11 o'clock. As far as he knew, she had no regular companion, and he did not know that she walked the streets. As a rule, he was, he said, a man of sober habits, and when the deceased was sober, they usually got on well together. Mrs. Mary Boosfield, wife of a woodcutter residing at 4 Star Place Commercial Road, knew the deceased by name of Turner. She was formerly a lodger in her house with the band Turner. The deceased would rather have a glass of ale than a cup of tea, but she was not a woman who got continually drunk, and she was never brought home. She never brought home any companions with her. She left without giving notice and owed 2 weeks' rent. Mary Ann Connolly, Pearly Pole, who at the suggestion of the Inspector Reed was cautioned in the usual manner before being sworn, stated she had been for the last 2 nights living at a lodging house in Dorset Street, Spitalfields. Witness was a single woman. She had known the woman Tabram for about 4 or 5 months. She knew her by the name of Emma. She last saw her alive on Bank Holiday night. When Witness was with her about 3/4 of an hour, and they separated at 11:45. Witness was with Tabram and 2 soldiers, one private and one corporal. She did not know what regiment they belonged to, but they had white bands around their caps. After they separated, Tabram went away with the private, and the Witness accompanied the corporal up Angel Alley. There was no quarrelling between any of them. Witness had been to the barracks to identify the soldiers, and the 2 men she had picked out, to the best of her belief, the men she and Tabram were with. The men at Wellington Barracks were paraded before the Witness. One of the men picked out by the Witness turned out not to be a corporal, but he had stripes on his arm. Detective Inspector Reed made a statement of the effort made by the police to discover the perpetrator of the murder. Several persons had stated that they saw the deceased woman on the previous Sunday with the corporal, but when all the corporals and privates at the Tower and Wellington Barracks were paraded before them, they failed to identify the man. The military authorities afforded every facility to the police. Pearly Pole picked out 2 men belonging to the Coldstream Guards at the Wellington Barracks. One of those men had 3 good conduct stripes, and he was proved beyond a doubt to have been with his wife from 8 o'clock on Monday night until 6 o'clock the following morning. The other man was also proved to have been in the barracks at 5 minutes past 10 on a bank holiday night. The police would be pleased if anyone would give them information of having seen anyone with the deceased on the night of bank holiday. The coroner, in summing up, said that the crime was one of the most brutal that had occurred for some years. For a poor defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in the manner which this woman had been was almost beyond belief. They could only come to one conclusion, and that was that the deceased was brutally and cruelly murdered. The jury returned with a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime, as with that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
The kettle is black now. Oh, have a good race, Ruby. Hope you have a good weekend if I don't see you again. Thank you.
I must go to the pet shop.
Yes, I know. I am here.
Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No
But
luck.
I was simply going to ask for a teeny tiny glass of water.
Beep beep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening,
I
sir.
got a hydrate. Thank you, Ruby. Why is the shop closed?
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
During the day. The kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah,
Is something wrong?
it's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
No, I got... Of course. Oh, wait. It's right here.
Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
You need some sleep, Doctor.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is in this area often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction...
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
That's what happened with that
Let's go to the cobbler's.
The body that... No. That was what they did to the one lady.
Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. How are things with you?
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
Ah, if I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us, saying, "It's a Jew who disemboweled these women." Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you. Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Ouch.
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
My lord, be hereby assured of my entire collaboration in the affair, to which I must reply, no one will be able to cast opprobrium on our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain to the uncultured masses the exogenesis of medical research. A general crisis of confidence will result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully evoked the rumor that you mentioned in your letter. When I met with my colleagues, it turns out to have grounds, and these are the specifics that I was able to obtain. 18 months thence, an American doctor in London did, in fact, contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and of its publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus specimen freshly conserved in formalin with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleagues involved. A large quantity was thus necessary. This doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri for £20 each. The hospital directors did not pay heed to these demands, of that I have been assured. Between you and I, my lord, who knows what strange consequences would have followed these demands of the American doctor. The rumor of these unusual commissions have made the tour of the hospitals in question at the time and has spread to others since. Simple day laborers employed in our organizations considered that the gain of £20 could justify a theft, perhaps worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me, but based on the recall of one of my colleagues, this man had the most impressive references. But after a bit of research that I didn't find the existence of any publication with an eventual correlation on this or the other side of the Atlantic. The man left London swiftly after his pitch, it would seem. I cannot help but think that he has perhaps returned to London and has finally found someone who might furnish him with what he is looking for.
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right, and that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study. Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map. That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter. You see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims two weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these two cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these two men before the killer strikes again.
At last,
Another
a long
month.
day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the Bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi, he was looking round like a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a run at years.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month.
Right, let's go. Whitechapel.
He is here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
Just gonna save here.
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take back everything I ever said about your less than full involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion. If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating. No, sirs. Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers, like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me. And not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Can we believe this man, Holmes?
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits, but we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly, and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
You are already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I have been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
Street.
We are lost, Holmes.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
Oh, fuck. No!
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
No.
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
Don't go there. She
He came here, and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
Cool.
Nothing of interest here.
Oh, did you get it?
Oh. Oh dear.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming? My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes, and you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
I've never seen Sherlock so shocked.
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
The answer, Watson.
The answer, Holmes?
Yes, the answer to a question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
And how the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson. Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Do you mean to say that...
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out. Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
Left.
There were incisions in the rib cage, as if to inspect the lungs. The liver was neatly removed.
Left. One. Right. Oh,
An organ is missing, apparently. I must specify which organ this is on my list. There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson?
Well, I can't say I would have done otherwise. That is why I'm not a medical doctor.
I dread to think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to Isaac's. If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you a little wordplay there. Let's go to the cobbler's. Let's go to the cobbler's.
Beep, beep. Evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Hardyman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say
that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Oh, yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardyman, it's lucky for both of us that the murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go to the cobbler's. Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomonovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Chaim Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square, am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomonovich, later. Let's go to the Imperial Club.
Always secretive. Imperial Club?
Ah, there's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Chaim Levy. Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed. I have an urgent message from Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall. A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders.
Chief Rabbi's reminder. The Whitechapel murders weigh on our community heavily. Consequently, an exemplary conduct must be shown now more than ever, as well as increased vigilance. Jewish establishments such as synagogues, shops, and clubs are likely to become targets. All incidents must be stifled as much as possible.
This may come in handy.
Imperial Club, today, Friday, November 9, 1888. 9 p.m. informal meeting. Naturalization. How to become a citizen of Her Majesty. The process and its implications. Club members' actions. 10 p.m. Open evening with musical accompaniment. Classical and traditional pieces. Mr. Bloom, piano. Mr. Schatz, violin. Administration will be closed all day.
There's a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. There's a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. Coal. It's a service door and firmly locked. There must be a stock room in the cellar beneath this room. If I can just get into the coal cellar, I shall be in the place. This barrel is on a wooden pallet, but it is too heavy to be moved. I will need a pivot. I will need a pivot.
Pivot.
There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel. Nothing of interest here. I have no reason to go that way.
feels like... Yeah, shit. Down. Hide.
I will need a pivot.
We already have a pivot. We need something. I don't know. Hmm?
I should be able to make it tip over.
That was easy. Are you sure that barrel wasn't just empty, Sherlock? That you just could have, like, it with your hands?
Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook. Let's go. Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club. This may come in handy. Empty tin cans. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document.
Sir, I wanted to let you know that if our club needed kosher meat when you have any special functions, I would be available to furnish it for you, guaranteed by a compliant abattoir. It will be delivered directly to your society at a time that is convenient. Reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call upon my service. That's Jacob Levy. Refused on the advice of Joseph Hyam Levy.
There must have been litigation between Joseph Hyam Levy and Jacob Levy. This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for is probably inside. I need something. This must be the club's safe. The lock on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see.
Sorry. And look. Huh?
Elementary.
Here we go.
I need something. I need something. A page from an old Yiddish English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
Judgment. New Court, Tuesday, April 6, 1886, before Mr. Recorder. 419. Morris Phillips, Moss, Wolf, 16, and Jacob Levy, 30. Stealing 14 pounds of meat of Hyman Sampson, the master of Phillips and Wolf. Mr. Clure prosecuted Mr. Moiser, Beard for Phillips, Mr. Black for Wolf, and Mr. Yoga Gun for Levy. Samuel Bacon, City Policeman 941. I received information from my inspector, and on 10th March at 6:15 a.m. I was watching the prosecutor's shop. Phillips came up to the door and knocked, got answer, and went away. About 2 minutes afterwards, Levy came out at his shop door, which is next door. A post divides them. He knocked at Mr. Sampson's door and went back in at his door. Came out again in a minute or two, unscrewed the bolt of his shutter bar, and then looked around and knocked at Mr. Sampson's door again. There being no answer, he went down the street 10 or 12 yards to the corner of Stony Lane. Phillips joined them.
I need something. These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left.
We know from Kabbalah the power of Gematria. It enables us to count everything in the world, seen and unseen. Thus we know that Lester counts as 439, and he is blessed because 439 is also this which means the man of God. Dear Joseph, I did the counting of the names for our club members, which is as follows. Mr. Barth is 403. Bed to in Thor. Mr. Hammer is 356. And ratio 200. Sincerely yours. Please tell Mr. Murrell that provided his name is spelled as this, he is 346. Alright, so... N... N... 5 is H. That one's 6. Three, 6. About that one. That 30. This one is M. AR. Oh. In A and B is technically enough. Then H. M is 40. R is 200. 204. Need another 100. 6 for the U and the EL. U would be 6. EL would be 100. And the C. are. This is 5. Okay, so supposed to be hidden.
Oh, that was not.
I think this is. Oh wait, read backwards. This is M. U is then 6. R. Designated 200. Yes. Then this is a total of 246. Indeed, yeah. Oh. 13. Oh yeah, that is 100. Okay, so then Y is L.
Excellent. Now on to the next step.
Joseph, I am Levy, born in Aldgate, 1841. Membership, April 14, 1887. Home address, 36 Middlesex Street, Aldgate. Profession, self-employed butcher, 1 Hutchinson Street, Aldgate. Dues, 10 shillings, 6 pence. April 14, 1887. 11 shillings, April 15, 1888.
Here we are. I have the address of this Joseph Chaim Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen. Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
Oh,
No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place. No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. No, that's not a good idea. No, that's not a good idea. The kitchen, it's closed. I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. No, that's not such a good idea.
Right out cellar window.
Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and...
Now I can...
Closed. I need something. I need something. I need something.
What is we wanting?
I need something. This may come in handy.
Okay.
I need something.
What on earth do you...
I need something. Closed. 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 I need something. I need something. I need something.
What do you need, Sherlock? Is anything down there that I... Oh my goodness, Kristen! Sausage Red! Hey, Reva! Hey, Skakswan! Hey there! Hey, Panda! Aww. Thank you for the follow.
Please, chat, the Swedish people in chat, give me all of your köttbullar.
Oh, and another.
Falukorv and whatever. Brunsås. No, it's fine. I have plenty of brunsås myself.
I just have to wait a bit for my
English
to catch up. So, Abiduck, 1995. Thank you so much for the follow. And yes, it's Wishbone and Riva Akusha. Thank you so much.
From Pam.
He's standing here, not him.
Are you trapped in the bank?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, they're gonna try and break her out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just I don't know who streamers. I'm just shouting everyone out now. Thank you so much for everyone for coming in. I'll introduce myself just now. We just there we go. If there's anyone, Lena, I see here, Skaksun, Pandora Bay,
just to be like to say thanks.
Riva, Crested, thank you so much for the. Oh, thanks, all the love to you too. I hope. How was your stream? Before I introduce myself to the new people.
Nah!
Trapped in a bank? That sounds fun. So awesome stream. Oh, that's awesome. We launched a new map on 7 Days to Die. Panda Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, then. No worries. All clips are good. And scuffed clips are even better. So for anyone who came in with the raid, woo to you too, Pandora. Sorry I missed that. Woo to you as well. My name is Lovepup. I am a princess elf who loves gaming. I enjoy especially puzzle games, mystery games, point and clicks, hidden objects. I'm doing currently Sherlock Holmes September. That is the reason why Wishbone is here. He is my companion for the month. He is helping me sniff out the clues because Sherlock can be a bit dense sometimes, it feels like. He just keeps saying, I need something. I need something. But yeah, thank you so much. And thank you so much for Riva and no, I already forgot. I'm sorry. The other person who followed. Sorry. It's Friday night and my brain is broken. I've been trying to figure out clues for a while, but yeah, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And Crested, if you need to go and rest, eat, go and run in the street for whatever reason, you go do that. I know what you need to do. Yes, that too. Nature calls. So yeah, my streams are normally chilled. You are welcome to just relax here. He will take his phone. Well, don't we all? Let's be honest. We all take our phones to the bathroom. Yeah, so you're welcome to just chill and listen. You're welcome to chat. Anything is fine in the wild forest. As long as you respect the forest will respect you. So yeah, welcome in, and thanks again, Crested, for trusting your audience to me. I am never in there long enough to take my phone. Well, that's actually very good hygiene. That they say that is actually what you're not supposed to take a newspaper or anything with you, because then you sit on too long. But yeah, we've been conditioned by many things. Important question. Yes, what is the question? Does the forest supply cheesecake? The forest is magical. The forest will supply you with whatever you need. Just ask and the forest will supply. Okay. Oh. Little demon moving in. It's fine. I mean, Metallic is a vampire that comes to visit here often. The wild forest is not judgmental. Like I said, the only thing is you must respect the forest. But it was not a magical wand. Oh, thanks, Panda. Thank you. I go searching for free designs on Booth. Some people are very talented and they are very willing to make stuff free.
I need something.
Yes, I know, you need a brain.
I need something.
Yes.
I need something. I need something. I need something. I need something.
Oh my goodness, what do you need?
I need something.
Okay, so you placed a rope there. When you start pixel hunting, then you know.
I need something.
If you could let me in on your thought process, Sherlock, I could help you.
The kitchen. It's
Yes, I know the kitchen is closed. I thought maybe you've changed your mind about finding something in there. That's a furnace, but I can't do anything with that. There's scissors. You are confusing me. Now you put the flippin' stuff in the bucket. Okay. Do you now use it with the rope?
I need something.
Ah, still? Come here. Come here.
Closed. Closed.
Hmm.
I need something. I need something.
I really didn't think that was something.
I need something.
All right. I made a pulley. Wonderful. And now I'll make timed puzzle.
Now let's quickly hide in administration.